So I'm just now realizing my microphone was not working. It did like a random thing of I picked up the I normally my microphone just automatically works when I plug it in when I start on my computer, but on the occasion it doesn't the computer doesn't detect it, so I have to unplug it and plug it back in. And I'm just realizing now I've been talking to myself this entire time. Fun. Okay. Well, we have a camp. I'm not going to go too crazy here because this is just very much basic stuff here. I can try and fit some sort of spawn in there. We'll see. Yes. Yep. Hold on. All right, I'm back. All right, so now we can switch up where my AI is. More sensible locations. We'll see if hopefully um, they can get there. 2 guards at the entrance or something. Alright. There's our goblin camp. And now I'm just going to see if this guy's enabled, this guy's enabled, if they can actually properly get out. Cool. Oh, I don't have nav mesh in here. Alright, they can get out just fine. No issues. So this is not the official nav mesh, but I am just doing this so I can test. Alright, I don't necessarily need that there anymore, but I might just keep it here for now. Okay, so that's the goblin camp. Let's take a bunch of these. Speed's so fast. It's probably too big. I don't even know why I have rotation lock on. Do not need rotation lock for this stuff. It's mostly good. Such a weirdly shaped thing. It's cut at the bottom, but why is the rotation so weird? I'm so confused by this piece. Makes it even hard to see where it's cutting in and out. Okay, it's probably fine. Some of these weren't meant for like large spaces. Maybe they're meant for little tiny webs or something. I don't know. Let's just get some random bones scattered around. I could do a big bone thing here. Put a spider in it. Some of the rotation and like pivot points on these objects are god awful. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna mess with too much of the small detail stuff. Just big details. And now we can get some spider spawns. Have a name there clearly. I'll try and keep camps about the same number of spawns. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 enemies. So that's 4, 5, 6. And I'll do 1 patrol. So, and we'll have a few outside here that are just like random location. I suppose I could do a couple of these, like, could have like one guard down here. And then he's just like a random path there. That kind of walks up and down. Okay. All right. So we got our goblin camp set up with enemies. We got our spider cave going with enemies. I do have to touch their level. So I'm thinking the levels on these. All of these camps I think are going to be like 4 to 6 maybe. These are all 4 to 6. 4 to 6. Alright, so that's 2 areas, and the second pass is blocking out. This one is what? A bandit camp. So this one I'll probably just do no walls. Is there anything bandit oriented or camp? Do these go together? They do not. I don't know, do they? I don't think so. Cloth 01, so it's this one. Guess that seems like it works. It's very odd, doesn't automatically line up, but okay. What else do we got here? I kind of like this theming for over here. Actually, it's a little too structured, I think, for over here. I want this to be a little bit more of an outpost, but this could be a cool, like, point of interest here of some sort. This might be the first place I do some sort of goofy obby. Like some sort of exploration thing. Has a cool look from it, from there. Yeah, the thing I gotta remember is to just not go too crazy with some theatrics. Like it's supposed to be Newbie area, it's supposed to like give you some interest, but leave and like pique your interest, but not. I mean, who knows? I don't know. I do think I want like a little bit of a sense of magic, so like potentially a floating rock. What do I want to do next here? That might be a little nutty. You know, there's some coolness to this. Simulate. Does that work? Guess not. Yeah. Swing the wrong way. It's weird. It's not giving me the full options. Why this thing is not, I wonder if I can modify it here. So, I don't know what the difference is. That's Street Racer, War Camp. I don't know why these are different. Okay, so we want to modify how it's doing this. That's so weird. Oh, this is a different. These are not the things I thought they were. So maybe I need to make a simple component for this. Physics. So this would just be a component that makes the thing float with physics. So just do a timeline. Can I really not do a timeline? That's annoying. Can't do timelines. Okay. Event timer. I don't know how good this would be. I'm going too crazy right now. I'm getting so unfocused on that. Yeah, I can put something interesting up here for sure. Oh, a follow. Hello. Hello, Raincore Dev. Thank you for the follow. How are you today? But yeah, I really want to, when you start off the game, you're going to be like right here, right? So give you that sense of interesting thing to explore. Hopefully we'll have some nice particle effects, some movement on these things. And I can try this weird floating movement thing. Okay, I need to remove it from the big one. Overall, they feel like they move a little bit too much. Oh, they actually kind of work for these guys. Let's randomly see if I can actually get on these things, how the movement is. Well, I can't get on it yet. Not even close. Another follow. Scarecrow 326. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So we're building Ruins of Tearyn. It's a, WoW and EverQuest inspired MMO. Okay, cool. Movement doesn't get too crazy here. Kind of feels like it's a little janky, but at the same time it seems like it's plausible. That's kind of neat. Like sort of gives you that feeling of wobbling. And they are clearly a little bit too big. And so we're gonna like say maybe you start up here. These things still feel massive, but let's go back here. Should be a ramp. Stairs. Make sure I can get up the stairs. I have 69 followers. Nice. Okay, I gotta fix that a little bit. But yeah, go here. You can jump on here. And then I'll have it so you can start to go up. I mean, that seems like a decent platform. It's not like too tiny where it's like, I don't want this to be like a hard obby. Maybe just a tiny bit smaller. I mean, I can randomize the range of some of these things. Actually, they would definitely look better, a little more scrunched, I feel like. And my jumping distance is very small. So I will have to see how this works, but so I need to scale this up a tiny bit. Sure. Maybe not. I can lift the landscape there. Alright, so now I can walk up fine. Get on the stone. Walk up the platform. Hooah. And not make it on top. Hooah. 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 That's about as much I can make the jumps. Gonna make them like a tiny bit farther apart. I don't want to do that. Okay, getting somewhere. A little bit. I can sort of just copy these three at this point. I can also just try and make these a little bit higher up. Maybe. So we end up having a little bit less of them. Actually, let's just try those 4. So the main thing I'm doing here is like, this is a whole area of understanding all the different things you can do and the different ways you can get experience. That's too high. And one of them is exploration and just having fun walking around. And like, you should be rewarded for just exploring the map a little bit. Still too high. Okay. So that's about it that I can do. And then we'll hit play there. Once I know that I can get up all of those, then I can copy all of those. Now I want to have yeah, maybe I do this. I'm going to take the floating off on this one. It's a little bigger. But like this one, I kind of melded in. Delete that one. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see how far I get with this. But really starting to like get some of that environment storytelling to bring this sense of magic in the world. Okay, cool. And now I think I'm going to do some sort of like clickable thing here that might teleport you somewhere else. Yeah, for now, I'll just literally make it teleport to you to the top. We'll start a actor clickable. And this is going to be a static mesh object. And I'll probably just put in another one. Oh, okay. Well, let's just do that. Okay, and then what we're going to do with this, we're going to have a, we're going to do another static mesh, or we'll just do a sphere for, this will be utility location. It's going to be hidden in in the game and have 0 collision. And all we're doing with that is, and we'll set the size down. I guess I always do this, but I need to have just an arrow as the root. And then the sphere is going to be just .2. Of course, I guess we can just scale it up now this way. That's fine. Does it look cooler that way or like that? That's fine. What we can do with these things is now I can just click on this thing, take the location here, drag that up into the world. And so we can do this event on clicked. I think I probably have to do a custom event to the server. Clicked server. So first up, we do a few checks. So get controller, and 0 will always be the player controller. So then we do get controlled pawn, and get actor location. Oh my god. And go away, you guys. Then we get this actor location, distance, and then if this is like greater or equal to, let's say like 150, we do nothing. If it's not, we do clicked server. And then the server has to do its own check. And I guess I can do this. Actor. I guess the smarter thing to do would be, I don't know. I don't even know if this is going to work. I'm trying to think how you do. This might not even work. Hello. Because you don't, the client might not have authority over this. Plus, I don't even know if I have click. I'm pretty sure I have click enabled, but yeah, click, 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 click. Okay. So that's working, but I don't have RPC authority. So, I have to create a system to send this to the player character. And I guess it's just going to be maybe a tag. Yeah, we'll say it's a tag. No, it has to be the thing we're clicking on. We send the actor we're clicking on to the server. The server gets that actor. And proceeds to do. It's like this is useless. I'm going to need a interface. Interface actor clickable. Interface clickable. And then, sorry, RT, clickable action server. And we'll get to the next part soon. But that's event clickable action server. Oh yeah, then the target. Actor that clicked. To make it a little bit clearer. And then if this is true, we take that actor, in this case, teleport to the world location of this. But first things first, we need to where do I want to put this? I can put in the controller, I can put in the character. Let me think here. Trying to think long term, which is better. To have it on the character or have it on the controller. Technically, there's some safety in making sure that the character has to exist for it to work. Because basically, if for some reason your character doesn't exist, then you can't do things. There's a little bit of anti-cheat there. And basically, I never want the player to ever not be possessing a character. So yeah, I'll just stick it on the character, I think. All right, so that means if I do it that way, we're going to need to open up the player RT clickable. I'm going to do that for now. And then I think I need this, and then we do clicked actor. So this becomes take this, and we do clickable. And the clicked actor is self. So again, I'm thinking about how can I create a blueprint that can be reused for a lot of different things. And for now, this is going to be like a teleporter, but it could be used for just granting an exploration. Could just be used for lore, could be used for story, who knows. So this is going to send a clickable event to the player master, which from here, I'm just going to add another event graph for now. What the heck? Okay, event graph. Event clickable. And then we literally just pass this over to the actual actor, which is clickable action server. So now maybe we do this clickable server. I clicked actor. Then we pass it to the actual actor. Which is now self. which then goes back to the actor itself. So we click, it sends it to the character, and then over here, the character sends it saying to the server, hey, I clicked this thing. The first thing it has is a client-side check first to make sure it's close enough to do anything before it even tries to contact the server. Then we contact the server and pass everything along. And then the server does its own check right here after that clicked, making sure if it's, and we want this to be false. And we can teleport the actor to this plus, actually I don't need to do plus C, I don't think, because I've actually accommodated that. So let's try that now. So I'm just starting off. If I'm here, it's not doing anything. If I get closer, I might not be able to do these floating things. They're showing they're not very reliable. Or I'll have to, they're not synced is the problem. Okay. All right. Oh, there we go. I don't know what took it so long to do that, but now the collision on this thing is god awful. There we go. So let me debug this again. Maybe what's the distance? Maybe it's a distance thing. How did this work one time and then not work? Oh. Oh, I wonder if the overall distance is being... Okay, so I need to change... I probably need to do this. I'm doing... Because I have moved parts of it, clickable... Clickable. So I need to get the world location of this and compare it here, because it might be doing something wonky there. All right. So yeah, just better distance too. So 150 is too short. So like 300. It's fine. There we go. And then we're way up above. Technically, we'll have like potentially more world box stuff or something else, or maybe I just don't do that for now. Maybe I just do this. That's a little better. Yeah, I kind of like this. What I can do is make this a little more, like you're supposed to kind of, maybe we do this. And I could make it like it's thin or something. Maybe it's not as noticeable. Do they have any hollow one of these? I could do this. So I could, instead of this guy, I could do this. If you didn't know, an easy way to center things is you click on the thing you want to center it with, you shift right click the location, and then you shift left click on your new thing, shift left click the location, and then it's centered. You can just drag it up. So then maybe I'll get like some sort of, maybe I just use one of these now. I'm trying to make it a little bit less obvious that this thing kind of exists. Like make it a little bit more interesting. And then these gotta be a little bit smaller. So we're getting some kind of unique little looking thing. And I don't like the floating pawn movement's not properly replicated, so it's not going to work. Nor do I want to replicate a million of those things. I also want to be a little bit intriguing, so not so obvious on the way up. So how many of these tiles do we have? Not that one. Some of these we could kind of use. Do like something there. Do like one more of these. Over here. Alright, so my first thing I need to do is create the way up and then just scatter a bunch of random shit around it. So I think I'll try and make like so-called a bunch of fake paths that are like dead ends. That you can't really see. But for now, let's start with the way I want you to show up on this thing. So I'd obviously want you to kind of come up through here so you immediately see this. So this is the one. Like it's not supposed to be like the most miraculous puzzle here, and so if people want to like, oh, there's the one, you know, that's the idea that they're trying to figure out. Um, Now I could just make a bunch of um, other clickables too um, that teleport you in the right spot, which would kind of be fun actually. Yeah, so I'm going to take these. We're just going to be a bit random with our markings here. These are going to be how we try and trick the player. I could even make it an actual puzzle where you have to click the right 3 in order. Okay. What other crumble things are there here? Alright, so we're up here. Again, you kind of see something interesting popping out here. This like almost crown looking thing. I'm just going to raise this as well. I think it'll be a bit more interesting. Like that. Is there a rotation component? Rotating movement. Okay, too fast. Still too fast. Still seems a little too fast. Oh, that would be interesting too. That wouldn't replicate well, I don't think. I'd have to figure something else out for that. I could rotate this with the mirrors to confuse people. But then you could just stand on one and access either one. So that wouldn't work, I don't think. Okay, I'm going to have to put like a non-moving thing. Alright, I'm supposed to. Maybe I can't do that. Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. In the future, probably. But right now, no. Because I forgot you're supposed to. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm changing this up a little bit. And you click the right sequence of mirrors. And then you get teleported. Alright. Can we get up on each one? So, where are the stairs? There's the stairs. So I can't get up on the first one. Needs to be lowered. They both need to be lowered. Kind of want it like so. Alright. Alright, where's stairs? Stairs are there. Still can't get on it. I wonder if the problem is just collision in general. So let me make sure all of these parts that I'm trying to use as stepping stones. What is it? Complexity. There we go. Much better. Maybe that's the whole problem the whole time with the floating thing. I don't know. I gotta tilt that one a little bit. I think this one looks pretty good. Almost. Let's try that. Alright, so stairs are over here. Oh my god. And the dev fails their own obby. Got there. Got there. Got there. Alright. Check. That one's done. Check. That one's done. Check. That one's done. This one is not. Alright, let's give this a try. Oh, I did forget to do my wish list. Epic Game Store. Alright, so this one's done, that one's done. And then this one should be good now, I think. Just takes you over here. It takes you over here. Okay. So now that like the correct path is done, I can just throw some random like bad ones out there. Something like that. Alright, so now we can do a bunch of weird mirrors per se. So I can take this clickable, drag it down here. And we'll make them all be the same image, so they have to kind of think. And every time you click one, it will teleport you back to the center. Except the correct one, which will be over here. This one, we'll bring it up here. And then this one here is going to take you some like weird place. But then all these basically going to end up the same. The mirrors. And now when you make the actual kind of cool location it teleports you to. Which I could make some sort of like thing up in this tower. Or we don't even need this one anymore, and we just say that's the one, and then you get an XP bonus. This probably doesn't even go together, but you know, whatever. Some sort of secret study point. Again, I'm not trying to do any type of official set dressing here. I'm just trying to give tiny little things that are like, we did the initial block out a few days ago. This Newbie kind of structured an area. And now I'm just sort of doing the next phase of big objects throughout it all. And so now if we come in, spoiler alerts, I know which one it is. It's that one. Oh, why are these blocking the camera? So I always do custom, ignore everything. And then, otherwise they block the camera. Still doing it? Okay. Oh, is it the stupid pole here? There we go. Okay. So we walk up here, go up here, and we click that. Oh, teleport to the start. Maybe it's this one. No, teleport to the start. Teleported to the start. Well, it's gotta be this one, right? Nope. Yay, I made it. The first person view is so cool. I actually really like it. Oh, blank screws it up. I'll have to try and fix that. I wonder if mages can cheat this. They sure can. Alright. So now we just do an expiration point, which is in a different layer or map level. So I don't need to do that. I guess I can quickly drag that level in. Did I not do an expiration level? There it is. So now that we have that level in, can move this up here. And this one's going to be named Newbie Yard. Reading spot. Alright, well that's a cute little exploration thing. And I kind of like how it looks. See how it looks with it might look better without this. I don't know. Yeah, it does look better without that. And now that I'm not getting up there, I can do the rotating component. And it's like 5 degrees. Yeah, I suppose I could just do, I don't know if that would work. Let's see what the, it might be replicated enough when I hit play here, but it might not as well. Okay, seems to work. Ish. Alright. Excuse me. Okay. Well, that's something there. Let me blow my nose real quick. Okay. So that's something. We have the goblin camp. We have the spider camp. And now we were doing a little bit of like bandit camp stuff. I just want a small win, so I'm going to the undead ruins because we're just going to throw in some pillars that might have like magical symbols or something on it. Undead. Let's go with these guys, I think. I think I like this set here. Works. And these guys can be whatever else. These are different things. Oh, that last one I think was here. And things like this. You know, something like that, whatever. Not going to spend much time on it. I'm just feeling out the next blockout stage. And this is actually easier if I go over here. Copy one of these guys. And I do want these to just randomly patrol. What are they doing? Got weird voices coming out of my mouth here. I need to change. I don't want. I grabbed the one thing that can spawn the boss. Skeleton, Reaper, and Ghost. So I think I'm doing. I don't want the Ghost. Is there zombie? It should be a zombie, right? Yeah. I want no Reaper though. Reaper's a little bit later. Skeletons and zombies is kind of what I want here. And I want them to patrol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, right, the level of these things. Is 4 to 6. And further in, we're going to have ghosts. Oh, and all these I don't really want to roam, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, so initial setup for a dead area. Then we have a ghost little tomb down there. And spider camp, goblin camp, some animals around here. Just 2 camps left. Once again, it will be a. This one is going to be a bandit. Did that bring them in the world together properly? Yeah, it did. Get this guy right here. Maybe make it a little more. Not just against the wall type thing. And so they all patrol around there. I will make this one patrol a path. Nothing crazy.
This one as well. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. 8, 9. Oh, these guys do not want to patrol at all. This guy will do a path. This guy will also patrol a path. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's playing. And we got ourselves a little bandit camp. Alright, T. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Alright, I want to do a couple. Now I've been working a little bit. I'll do some. Let me do my little posts. And back over here. I'll do a blue sky post as well. Alright, do a little posting. And now we have one camp left, just the orc camp. Why these are weirdly. Hmm. do something a little bit different. Hmm. What do I want to do with this spot? Is there other stuff I didn't use really? Hello, Indie MMO 2015. How are you doing? So we are making a indie MMO. It's a cross between EverQuest and WoW. We like to say we're trying to modernize it as well. And so we do want to, even though we love EverQuest and think it's the GOAT, we also want to um, have a lot of quality life features and things like that that bring it into more modern times. And so, hello, Animosity. How are you doing? Oh, and here I was feeling like a pro for using Scratch.mit. Scratch.mit. Doing good. What are you working on? So basically, I've been trying to figure out flow for a long time. I've changed the flow in the main map several times over. And what it came down to was this is just not enough space to start out as. And it never was intended to be like an official starting point. I literally picked some random point on the map to spawn in. We never really thought about it, right? So this is going to kind of take you probably maybe 8 plus, 10 plus type thing over the current map is what it's kind of going to be intended to do. Whereas this is the newbie yard. And this is going to be probably your first hour in the game is intended to kind of be here, maybe more. But it's trying to solidify the core concepts of the game itself, which is sort of camp-based killing monsters. And when you kill those camps, you have a chance to spawn bosses for cool loot. And that's kind of where we're trying to innovate a little bit, whereas instead of just a named monster that might be strong, it's going to feel like an actual boss that has kind of unique abilities that have a little bit of challenge to them. And so this is the Goblin Camp. I also like trying to very briefly understand me as the technical person on the game. What are some of the cave and dungeon systems I need to create as well? And so this is a complete, so in Unreal you can set a certain section of your landscape to be transparent. And so I cut a hole into this mountain, and then these are just static meshes I've put in here to create a cave. And so this is a spider cave. And so, but in the future, I'd want to have a very modular, probably potentially procedural cave system where I can like randomize a bunch of seeds and lock it into a different cave every time. But control the seed. I don't want it to randomize every time. the server spins up. And the same thing goes over here. This is going to kind of facilitate what I'll need to build in the future, which is our dungeons. And if you've played EverQuest or whatever, you know that there's a lot of like underground dungeon type things that have like this type of system, but lots more rooms going everywhere. And this is a very very pathetically put together um, blueprint. That's just a bunch of copy and pasted things. I probably built this in like 20 minutes or something. Um, it's purely to define the point of, hey, here's a cave that people can go farm at. Here's a little dungeon that you can go down into, and it's reminding me that these are some of the systems I need to create for world building and level design. And it's also we're a very like interactive world. Like you can loot all the foliage, so bushes you can harvest um, to make like it's like kind of New World-ish inspired in that aspect of you can pick up twigs to make campfires. You can there's all the plants and stuff are going to be used somehow through crafting. And so I want to reinforce this idea that um, you can go XP through monsters and stuff because the core concept of our game is clearly killing monsters. But the other aspect is we want you to be able to get XP through exploring. And let me just hit play here. We have a system called the Registry of Chronicles, and so this is like a little random puzzle I made for exploration, and it's just like a obby jumping level thing. And once you click the right mirror, um, you'll get teleported to the top and get the exploration. But we have the and here's our map to start. It's not updated with the new level. Um, but it's this idea that throughout the map you have all these different camps. Each camp will eventually have multiple bosses with multiple different things of loot they can drop that you can get from them. And those pieces of loot can actually be reused into other crafting recipes in the future. So you might be a high-level character that need to come back to a level 4 camp to get a crafting material for and progress that item through different crafting and upgrade recipes. But that goes into the Registry of Chronicles, which is basically our quest system and achievement system like rolled in together. And so you don't get a quest to kill 10 bears. You just start killing 10 bears and you eventually get a bonus XP for killing a bunch of bears. And so it takes away a lot of the dumb quests. We don't like quest hubs, so we're trying to avoid those and just let you kind of go out and explore the game and do random things, like pick a random direction and do stuff there, and you'll get XP for it. So killing monsters gives you XP, exploring stuff can give you XP. Then you get bonus XP for completing, different things. Like eventually, like you gather 10 things, bonus XP. You go explore different areas. You can explore 8 areas, 2K bonus XP. Like all these type of things. That and then every one of these things here too also have leaderboards. And so you can see how you're doing up against everyone else and who's in the lead and stuff like that. So it's trying to be that's like a social element of seeing people's names and what they're doing and what they're good at and like where you stand with them. And then for those hardcore lovers, you can see how many deaths you have. So if you have a death, you can be like, oh, time to delete my character apparently, or move on to the next one. And so like I'm just trying to really experiment with that first hour, like really trying to sell that first hour of gameplay to people and have the better sense of direction. And the last area was just so tiny. Like you start out as level 1, like right here, but everything it was just like really bad flow. And then me playing and testing my own game, it would always come down to me like working my way this way to kill the orcs, to kill the spiders, and there wasn't much different ways of leveling. And so um, I wanted a better, more solidified experience for just that, like 1 to 5 and then 5 to 10 potentially. So like this first area is a sort of 1 to 5 ish. Um, and then it's kind of like more like 1 to 4 ish, I guess, in some ways. Um, and then these camps are supposed to kind of take you from anywhere from like 4 to 8, maybe. Like it's like that's kind of up in the air and stuff. But each one is the same level range, and so it's also supposed to be there to support multiple groups. And so you can camp at the Goblin Camp, the Spider Camp, the Bandit Camp, the Undead Camp, or the Undead. The Ghost Camp is inside that little cave, and now there's the Orc Camp I'm working on now. And then this is supposed to be like the second city where it's sort of trying to teach you how to do crafting and things. And that crafting also gives you experience and stuff. And so I think with everything combined of like the Registry of Chronicles, the XP you gain from that, the XP from crafting, and the XP, like, will probably make it so you might have to be a certain XP, like, equipment tier maybe, like, to leave this area. Like, what's the goal to leave the area? Um, and once you kind of complete that crafting experience, you can actually leave the area, and you'll get probably that's where we'll give you your first like fast travel ability, and it'll fast travel you to the tavern right here. And then from after the fast travel to the tavern, then it's like everything around here is also like probably level 10 to 15 different camps you can go XP at. So you can pick and choose which kind of loot you need for your character and start target farming different pieces of loot that you're going to need to get and craft and stuff like that. So it's kind of dwindling down, and like for a while there too, it's like I didn't really like I wasn't fully in the mindset too of being a very camp focused game, and so I'm trying to lean into being a camp focused game. At this stage, at least, there's going to obviously have other options, but I want to try and teach that opportunity for like, and we have like a bunch of notes. These are my goals for today, but like, what is the new player experience? What are we trying to teach in that experience? We got to teach them about camping places, teach them about roamers and patrols, teach the combat system, how to use the map, um, all these different things. And so that's kind of the idea of how we're trying to change it. Because we're not trying to do, like, this is supposed to be like that example level that really defines everything we need in the future. Like, what tools do we need in the future? What characters and monsters and enemies do we need in the future? What type of systems that can we figure out now that we know how to build them as proper entities so they can scale into the future as well? And um, and so we're not trying to overdo a bunch of levels. We want to really like sometimes they call it in like the movies. It's a little bit used in the games industry as a previs, and that previs really tells you the core of the game. It answers all your questions about the game, and not only on a gameplay perspective, but also technical perspective. And obviously, it's vertical slice is kind of there too, but that's um, also just the more technology aspect of things. And we already have it obviously running in the cloud with our PlayFab. We have character saving and persistency. We have zone-to-zone transfer. Like you start up a character select. You have a client, log into a character select, log into this world, and then we have a second dungeon down here. This is where you zone into the actual raid encounter we have, our dragon raid. And that dragon raid is going to be a whole zone built out that's going to be potentially like similar to this style. Like you can obviously have lots of different style of dungeons. It doesn't have to be just brick wall type dungeon. But um, the idea is like you're kind of inside a cave-ish underground thing that you're exploring down and fighting through stuff. And there's kind of like risk. There's a lot of risk because it's harder to run away and zone out or get to safety type thing. So there's a lot of risk as you dive deep down, and everything's open world. There's no instancing, and so you have to make sure you're kind of on your guard as you group up together and fight downward. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing, and we have a bunch of I'm doing a bunch of pre-work. So I like the last stream I did kind of the block out phase, right? Like the really rough block out of the size, the scale. I made these just little placeholder things to like get an idea of size of a camp and what it should be. And then like marking, okay, this is starting town, goblin camp. Um, and again, I wanted to have a very basic idea of like I will need a modular system for this, either through procedural or other means through Unreal. Um, simple like procedural fence things that I can just drag a spline and create the fence along it that smoothly creates it. Um, I've created those in the past. I'm sure they're pretty easy to do through the procedural system in Unreal because it's like the bread and butter of Unreal. And then just general flow of feeling out. So if I started playing right now, would I? These things are all I think what level 1 to 2 I think. Yeah, 1 to 2. And so maybe I can increase that to 1 to 3, but like hopefully you're kind of like level 3-ish by the time you finish this kind of area. And that's trying to teach you to craft, is trying to teach you to fight, is trying to teach you to do the Registry of Chronicles and that stuff. And this is a giant example of like this is a giant tower up here. What do you go do for this, right? And so it's trying to teach you to explore. And you get into the middle of this, and it's like, what are all these mirrors, And so this will probably give you a bonus chunk of experience once I get into that aspect of it, just really stating that example of exploring gives you experience too. It's not just killing monsters. It's not just that stuff. Um, and then over here is this section for crafting gives you experience as well. So it's a good idea to start crafting stuff. And so hopefully we'll have it so you like a lot of these things may not give you. I'll have to think about it on. Can you get? Is it just the goal of the end of this just be in full white gear maybe with a few like white special items from some of these camps and stuff, and that's the kind of goal of this area to just be in full white gear. Which is often considered just the lowest of the lowest gear. Um, and then you'll also come out with, knowing some potions and other things, and so it's really trying to really kind of encapsulate that core experience of what we're trying to sell. And all these camps and stuff, you're supposed to group up with people because that's the other thing is like we have a strength in numbers buff. And when you're in a group, you have more damage, I think, and more chance to hit on targets that are higher level than your group. So it's kind of the idea of, if you group up with people, and even that concept of like a lot of times I hate when you want to play with other people. Maybe you're contesting the same, like you want to just get into it, but the concept of grouping other people should allow you to take on harder things. And so at level 1, if you group up with the full group, you can immediately should be able to start taking some of these camps out if you wanted to, just because of that kind of strength in numbers buff, um, and we're trying to have like that balance of WoW solo, being having people allowed to solo, but then having harder camps that are intended for groups to kind of farm at. And so we don't know how as well like the camp stuff's going to evolve either. Like sometimes in New World you'd have 50 people sitting at a spot to farm random loot things, and so I don't know if that's going to happen or how the camp system is going to evolve in 2026 and in this kind of modern day. Um, and so there's through gameplay, a lot could pivot from all this. Um, but who knows? It's one of those things that we have a thesis on how to do things. So implement a bunch of things on that thesis that support that thesis, and kind of give it to the players and see how it actually ends up working. And so I'm putting about 10 enemies per camp. I also I don't even know where our limit is on how many AI we can have in a zone. Obviously, when the camp system, most AIs are just standing still, so there's not a ton of, things roaming around causing CPU performance. More things like these animals here are going to be walking around doing whatever. Um, but yeah, just trying stuff ultimately, iterating and trying things. Oh, sometimes how many times you have to go up and down in move speed to camera can be very frustrating. Again, so now I'm on this stage of just doing like very, very basic blockouts. So I did the first major blockout, and now I'm doing smaller than massive scale stuff. Um, get some random positioning of enemies. I can probably make this a little bit bigger, this tent. But yeah, we do. I do have it pinned. Like you can wishlist our game on the Epic Game Store. Basically, the Epic Game Store is going to be our patcher and launcher, effectively. And then, actually, I have a whole video on why we're using the Epic Game Store. The TLDR is, um, by going there, it gives us a lot of more leeway on team size. And we can have a very small team build this out for years if we actually get funding or are able to launch. This guy patrol. do this. I think I watched the video and disagree with the premise, though. In what way? I'm happy to. I'm all ears. Happy to have that. Hear your side of it. It's one of those things for me that a great MMO, people will go to wherever that great MMO is, and I think if we explain to people why we're going there and the amount of difference of revenue is substantial, quite literally is for like indie MMOs that are all about trying to survive and create something long term. Um, if we're on Steam and we make $1 million, we get 150,000. If we're on the Epic Game Store and we make $1 million a year, we keep $1 million. Like it's that straightforward. And we're making, granted that's not including taxes or um, any type of publisher cut, but um, Epic Games Store has a whole thing of if the first $1 million you make, you keep, and that right there can support a pretty massive team. Um, even with potential profits in that case. I think I'm gonna move this guy over here and this guy here. I can do something cheeky like that, I guess. Sort of roasting pit. Probably a weapon rack somewhere. Steam is better amplifier. If you drive traffic sales through Steam, their algorithm picks it up and shows your game to more people. But that's also so that is true, but we're relying on a key factor to solve that problem, and that is the MMO genre is completely dead right now. And so, as a result of that, content creators are investigating new MMOs, indie MMOs, trying to find indie MMO gems. They're in this content drought looking for better MMOs to play. A lot of the newer MMOs or the long-standing ones are, feeling very dry to them, and so sometimes playing some of these smaller MMOs um, is something they're interested in doing. And like people like Canon and Lazy Peon and a lot of these people are testing the waters with these smaller MMOs. And as long as we are just on that, you know, even if we're the bottom of the top 20 MMOs in development, that's how we're planning to do that. And it's only going to take, like our playtests recently have also obviously been pretty small, um, but um, it's only a matter of time before we actually get some sort of actual like just a little bit of piquing the interest of a couple people, and I'm literally poking a few content creators and stuff here and there, and in hopes that that I just get one. I just need one content creator that has like 100 viewers to like have their community come play test with us, and I think we'll be in a really really good spot. That's another factor where I'm trying to prove. There's the whole game side of it, right? But I'm also trying to prove our own technology through vertical third. And if we're able to really showcase how good vertical third is from a technology standpoint, and if we get a couple hundred people in one server um, playing in a blueprint game, um, that's also could get us as a better partnership with Epic and have them promote us. Like we've already been on the Unreal Engine live stream, right? We want to come back there at some point and provide an update. I'm not sure. I don't feel like we're ready yet to have a proper update, but um, once I feel like maybe like this area is done, this new kind of flow of everything is done, and a few of our other systems are more kind of polished, like the combat and the Registry of Chronicles. I want to do like a light UI touch up. I might reach out to them again and see if we could literally plan a live playtest with everyone. I think that would be insanely cool um, to do, and hopefully announce it like ahead of time so people have time to show up and play and stuff. So that's the like the so like that's the whole thing of like, yes, marketing and traffic and all that stuff matters, but if you have a solution or plan for that, um, then the Steam stuff isn't that big of a deal. And obviously, if we're in a good relationship with Epic and stuff, then of course they're going to want to promote it on their store as well. And MMOs are MMOs. People come to there, and again, I'm building this not just to be a great game, but to be a sustainable game, right? I want to make. I'm not over scoping it. I'm keeping it very small. I'm keeping our team small. I'm thinking about revenue and revenue cuts, and you don't need like for our team of. I think it's like. Um, let's just do the math. So if you had people, like, say you had 5 people making like $80,000 a year, because U.S. 80, 1, 2, 3 times 5, right? That's $400,000 a year for 5 people in the U.S. That's making, basically, um, you know, cost of living. Maybe in some parts of the U.S. that's really good, but in California it's not that great. But like these are the numbers that you have to think about to sustain an MMO, right? And 5 people is pretty powerful. Obviously, we can do maybe not Zerans full time, and we just contract and stuff, and get people as we need them. Um, but it's not that much. It's a lot of money to sustain 5 people long term, right? And like just think about like the this is the reality. If you made $1 million on Steam every year, you literally end up getting about 150K. It's so hard to sustain any type of team on that. And that was what I broke down the numbers in the because if we go on Steam, we're at 35% gone because the Steam's 30% cut plus Epic's 5% cut. And then you take in a potential publisher, we're at 65%. You take in taxes, we're probably around 85% of our revenue gone. And that is just absurd. And so like if you're building an MMO, you want to be able to be something that can survive 10 to 20 years. Our goal is to be an EverQuest, right? Something that and if we have a tiny like so many of these games like Highguard and stuff, they're all dying because they have these 100-person teams, right? Um, it's crazy how big these teams get, and how much money it takes to support them, and how much money they burn through in order to make an actual profit later on. It's wild. And you take Ashes of Creation and how much money they burned through, right? And they jumped to over 100-person team way too fast, way, way, way too fast. They also, did almost overscoped and all these different things, big time. Um, but I'm trying to make, like my trailer says, I'm trying to make the world's smallest MMO that has great content and is done in the most technologically simple, like stupid simple way that would like if EverQuest can be a good MMO way back in 1999, and we have all the technology we have today, we don't need to innovate on tech or anything like that. We can just create an EverQuest MMO and have some, modernize it with some good good gameplay and stuff. Um, like the fact we don't need a patcher launcher, like Steam and Epic Game Store. That's your patcher and launcher. Cuts out one piece of technology. The fact that we can use PlayFab for dedicated servers, that cuts out another piece of technology we don't have to build. We went and built our game architecture from 2019 to 2022. That has solved a ton of our effort that we need to do. And so this, and that's why we're like already jumping into mostly design work, right? We're trying to figure out level flow. We're trying to figure out tooling for environments. We're trying to do design work on combat and quest systems and our registry, achievements, Registry of Chronicles. We're focused on design rather than building necessities for things. And that's my big takeaway is we're trying to just be focused on creating a great game and not dealing with any type of tech that we need to. And um, like I said, your point is completely valid for like algorithm and marketing and stuff. But our plan is to not rely on storefronts for marketing. Our plan is to do awesome playtests that show up, that are good, that are fun. Um, Hopefully, we have a couple hundred people in them. Work with Epic on anything we can do there with our tech, proving those things. At some point, getting back on the live stream. Um, all these factors of stuff. And just because this is how Project Gorgon has done really well the last month or two, because the MMO genre is in such a weird state that a lot of these players are trying different things. They're trying smaller games. They're trying to look past, potential, indie level of polish on stuff because they're looking for a better game to play. And a lot of AAA games have all the polish, but the game is kind of like ending up to being crap. And we're just trying to be one of those indie MMOs that get tried. And so my current goals right now are finish this last wave of kind of flow polish, um, tweak the combat system as much as I need to, tweak classes as much as I need to, and this kind of figure out this newbie yard and the after the newbie yard, like level design flow of stuff. Once I get those things done, that's when I'm gonna just take the time to do some character work. And get out of Cinti Studios because I do think that's hurting us too much right now. Um, it's unfortunate, but and I might just end up using the character I already just made. I might make some tweaks to it, but Um, just kind of focused on those type of things. And just because what the character worker lets me do is as you equip stuff, you will um, have see the results on your character with different items and loot and stuff. So um, that's then like one of my next systems that I think is really good for MMO when you start equipping things, and you can see your character progress. Okay, well I think I have the most of this done as far as the camps go. Um, Let me just kill some stuff for a bit. Let me set my level. Play fab back down to. What in the hell? Did play fab change their page or something? I hate when Microsoft redesigns a page. Dear God. All right, thank you. Um, okay, players. All right, I need to take the override. All right, so we start off here. I need to think about do you get prompted with any windows? Do you get prompted with what? Or do you just start killing stuff? That's the other thing. I'm trying to think of the balance between holding your hand and not holding your hand too, right? Um, I don't really want to be on a mage right now. Um, I will go on the tank, I guess. So the change I've kind of done recently was I really like this idea. Like, so my first combat system, if you didn't know, every time you use ability, your combo point would increase. And then you can mix and match your abilities to increase combo points. And so what I've changed, and the combo points are represented by um, this blue orb. And so, combo point 1 is 1, then 2, then 3. Um, I can't seem to push the right button. There we go. And what I've changed is because I want this idea of allowing you to auto attack and it be useful. And so now your auto attack is what increases your combo. And this lets you decide when to use a 3 combo and when not to use a 3 combo. And so here I have a 3 combo crit, so of course I want to use it. But what is going to come into play as well is your combo point rank is going to affect the mana cost of the ability. Boredom spawned. There's only a 10% chance. Oh, I did not mean to quit. Damn it. Too many windows open. And so the idea here, and there's a chance I don't even have cooldowns. And it's really up to you to manage your mana and stuff properly. But it's like some of these things I'm still thinking on. All right, so did I get XP for just looting stuff? That's not supposed to be the case. So why am I getting XP for a hide, but not for a piece of loot? Because isn't hide Alright, so I have it so if you get loot here, it does not give you XP. If it's going to crafting, it does give you XP. So this prevents dropping loot. Then this is, so you never get XP for quest pickups or loot pickups. So we have the crafting, we have the I just need to add another. I need to make this much more simple. Save all. Just restart real quick. So I can make this change to loot. I'm just going to make a simple checkbox if it grants XP or not. Loot core. Grants XP on pickup. Then we need to get the loot data. So if it's true, we just go down here. If it's false, we go over here. And then a lot of these database, loot, crafting, ingredients. So herbs, like everything there. All of those. So this guy. Let's do this one by one. Whatever. I just realized I did the. So the leather working ones I actually don't want. Yeah. Loot leather, 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 hide, hide, hide. Yeah, those ones do not get it. Foraging all gets it. Extraction we don't need. Lightning we don't need. Technically lightning can have some XP on pickup. Spider silk is no. Snow. Tailoring, cloth is no. And woodworking, I think all these twigs and stuff is yes. Alright, that's all. I think that's all the lootables for the world. The foliage. All those updated. And now if I go back to my level. Sorry, I don't have my chats up. Okay, I'm gonna put this a little closer. I gotta, yeah, I like this. I like having this big point of interest as you walk in. And that basically, just that example there, I was going to teach you exploration. And I like that. So now your auto attacks are also what give you crit, right? And so you have agency over when to use your crit and what type of ability you want to use for that combo point. So if I want to just spend it on my big ability, I can do so. And if you didn't realize, all this like random things are just like placeholders for pathing, all that stuff. Um, I don't know if the game sound is working or not. Yeah, it's a little bit there. It's kind of low. But yeah, like the whoosh sound and a little bit of the ambient. Oh, that's level 5. Um, ambiance is all from the game there. And these like very temporary sound effects. Alright, so I definitely need a way to sort of prompt the player about the Registry of Chronicles. And one just fix here. I have to go to root. So, like right now, I just got a bunch of experience for clicking on that. I need a better, I need some better UX for when you click these things. I'm going to raise the registry as well. Because you basically can't even see that you're getting experience. Because the pop-up is down here. And then let me see if I can. I'm going to reset all of my Chronicle rewards. So now you can actually see it there. We'll need to figure out a color for if you already clicked it or something like that. I might need to take a break. My brain's a bit of goop at the moment. I don't think I can take boredom. He stuns too much. Take this boredom. How about this? Take that. Huh? Think you're so good? I am a game master. I just one-shot you. Can't beat me. Ugh. All right. So let's break this down a little bit. So expiration. I made a point of interest to explore. Place more random exploration things around the map. Registry of Chronicles. And I can just do that. Better UX for clicking on something you collected. You finished, I should say. Different color for things you've already collected. Gray out. Simple sounds for sounds for redeeming an award. Simple UI. Pop-up effects for redeeming an award. Implement a way for checking on the status of awards. Make the menu button shine. A award is available. So I want like you be killing and stuff, and then oh, this thing starts to shine for some reason, you know, and grow. Then you're like, what's this? And then you can see things that you can do here. So I guess that. Okay, gathering. Place foliage on the map. Or alchemy, herbs, campfire stuff. Crafting, I need to implement the requirement for a crafting station nearby. Crafting gives bonus XP. So this can kind of come naturally. I don't know if I think I need to do this through any type of like teaching the player. These should all kind of be taught, um, taught through gameplay and environment storytelling. Camping certain enemies, enemy camps. Stronger than normal enemies. Taught through some form of lesson. So I don't really need to teach the map, right? People are just going to hit M automatically and then start investigating with their mouths. So there's certain things that you just don't want to hold hands on, and other things you do want to hold hands on. I'll probably just do a target dummy. The first thing you see is maybe a target dummy. Maybe. And then I might also, right on this note, even though it's very early to do something like this, a narrative / lore track for registry of chronicles. Right click on NPCs to talk to them. Or no, it's like F to interact with an NPC. NPC and discuss lore. Have conversations. Change camera angle to be on the NPC. And so I don't think I'm going to do fabled expeditions in this starting area. That's a different thing. This is sort of taught through here. Objectives of the Newbie yard would be craft a full set of, T 0.5, I'll call it, loot. All droppable gear is tier 0, white / gray. I might even reskin it to gray. And then all crafted gear is 0.5, white. Get unique loot from boss enemies. These will be, I'll consider these like tier 1 items with effects. And objectives is kind of bad. It should be like goals or player progression of the newbie yard. So right now it's going to be 1 to 8-ish is what it's looking at. And crafting is mostly taught through gameplay. It's pretty straightforward. You're going to get to the second town. You're going to see crafting things that are going to be like, oh, that's a crafting station. I can craft. And you pull up the crafting window, and it's a bunch of ingredients you need for stuff. Pretty straightforward. All right, I think I need to just take a break, get some food. I'm kind of understanding everything here. I built this little obby thing. You gotta find the right, portal, window mirror to click, which then brings you up here, and you get an exploration bonus, XP. Um, which kind of sets that stage for like, oh, what's up there, And so it's trying to highlight again, use a player's natural curiosity to go up there, see what it is, and get a reward for it. And oh, I can explore for experience. So that is one form of setting the stage for the player to let them understand that, oh, what's that around that corner? That could be some bonus XP. I think I'm going to go look over that corner. And I'm going to have like a hidden one back here, something back here as well, for those players that want to explore and find stuff. Um, so I've kind of set the stage for that. The kind of enemy camps are all set up. And so now it's more about blocking out this town a little bit, blocking out both towns, putting some more exploration points in, and then some of the foliage as well. And from there, the level itself is in a good state, and then I have to implement a few features here. Mostly UX stuff for the Registry of Chronicles, some crafting things. This is big, if we can teach everything through just gameplay and storytelling, that's obviously really good. Which I kind of do with just exploration. And even a lot of this just also falls under all of this. Obviously this is here too. But yeah, a lot of it is turning into very not holding your hand. You just kind of learn through gameplay style of stuff. And all right, I might be back a little bit later. Thank you for watching as I develop this new leveling area and figure out how to teach all our systems we have in this new light of stuff. And as we're consistently, tweaking our design, figure out the combat, figure out systems that make us unique, and now how do we bring that and teach that to the player in a very organic manner. And I think it's coming together right now. And then at the end of this, I'll have to figure out how you end this. It might be through like the one quest you get is a little bit of a checklist for the area of craft your gear, kill this boss, which gives you your first teleport waypoint thing um, to summon and get out of the area. So it might be like one quest guy right here. But I don't think I even want a quest guy. I think I'll teach that through other things. I'll have to figure it out. I might make a new trade skill of like spell crafting and stuff, or like because we do want certain spells to be found and crafted throughout the world, not just given to you by a trainer. So one of the things you might have to do, like, how do I get out of here? And it might be you might have to either find or craft the recall spell that I've planned. But yeah, I think I teach exploration right off the bat. Combat's going to be taught right here. And then crafting here. Camps are pretty straightforward. You hit the map. You just hit M, and you automatically are going to see this spot, this spot, this spot, and they all have different monsters and loot. Get from them. And then as you kill and do things, whether it's questing, exploring, or killing things, exploring, or crafting, it's going to prompt your Registry of Chronicles in different ways. Which will teach that through just doing stuff around the map. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm on the path here. I think I got it down. Just have a little bit of implementation and levels set up to do. All right, I'm out. Thank you guys for watching.